It's 1 p.m. on July 31st, 2025. And this is a meeting of the Land Use Review Board. I'm Janet Hurley, the chair. I will ask board members to introduce themselves as I see them on screen. Sarah.
Sarah Had, greetings.
Brooke.
Brooke Dingledine, present.
Alex.
Alex Weinhagen, board member. Hello.
And Kirsten.
Kirsten Sultan, board member, present.
Do we have any updates for the agenda? Okay, seeing and hearing none. We can move on to opportunity for public comments on non-agenda items. We have Thomas present. Thomas, might you have any comments?
He might not.
Okay.
No.
Then we can move right
Do they have
along
our say?
to
Yep.
item D, discussion and possible action on draft communications plan. And Sarah, do you want to share screen? Do you want me to share screen? How do you want to?
I'm happy to share screen. And just as a way of introduction before I share screen this is something that the board has seen several different times before. I can go through some of the changes, but really it encapsulates the changes that were made at the last meeting and also the formatting changes. We had Alex Pastor go through and reformulate it. I will say that as part of the regional plan guidelines, we're considering a different formatting. So this might need reformatting again, just if we settle on formatting with headings that we like. So let me pull that up without any further ado. All right, can everybody see this? Should I zoom in some more?
I can see it.
Okay.
You might zoom in a little bit more.
All right.
That's good. Yeah.
All right. Fantastic.
Are there any comments from board members on the draft communications guidelines? I guess not. Oh, Kirsten.
Well, yeah, I was understanding that Sarah was gonna walk us through the latest edits. Am I not?
I'm happy to walk through those edits very briefly, if that's acceptable to everyone.
Sure.
All right. So the first thing is we are calling this guidelines now because we didn't have plans wasn't really in our lexicon. So these are guidelines, as these are really intended to just give parameters to how we intend on communicating out and give some reasonable expectations around that. I think it was pointed out in the last discussion that we as a board at some point need to set where our communication priorities are, which is separate. This is really the sort of how and the manner and the method and not necessarily the content. The other thing that I'll just run through very briefly of changes since the last time was we added in a roles and responsibilities. We added in board as opposed to we had just board members and commissioners. Now, in reviewing this a little bit further, what I'd love to do is take 5 and limit it to just commissioners since we have board up above. But I wanted to check in with you all to see if we could maybe make that distinction. I think last time the board wanted to have a separate distinction for the board, if that makes sense.
I agree with that change because I think leaving board members down in number 5 is confusing with commissioners because, you know, our commissions have a chair. It's not clear what chair you're referring to there if both of them are included. So I would just take out board members and the board is mentioned above.
I have track changes on, we can come back to that. Kirsten.
Yeah, so on this commissioner paragraph, I think that it would be appropriate to qualify that this would not pertain to communications received by the commission as a component of an application review.
So we do that on a little bit further. So we do say elsewhere in the communications plan that this does not pertain to applications and permits.
Okay, I wasn't remembering that. And then we had some conversation around board chair on this whole segment.
Mhm.
I, I thought that we had talked about not having the board chair kind of slotted into this specific liaison role necessarily because of the practical reality of individual board members working on various tasks at times with different staff, and it just kind of can create this ambiguity.
So what we sought to do was, this is the default, is the board chair as the default. However, in creating the definition for board is that we can create designees other than the board chair. And that the board creates the communication priorities and coordinates communication with the leadership team. And recognizing that that could have a variety of different, right now, we've designated Alex to be our spokesperson in terms of media. That could be somebody else, or there might be somebody specific on a specific task. So I think that's what the addition of the board definition was intended to do.
Well, and this is internal communications here.
Yes.
So. Yeah. And in the external, I think there is something about a designee. Brooke?
Yeah, back to little two eyes, the board chair serves as the key liaison between the board and leadership team. I don't really know what that means. It doesn't explain what impact that would have. And are we not allowed to speak to leadership directly?
That's not what this says. Why do you think it says that?
What is, I guess what I'm asking is, what does the role of key liaison mean?
So this is specifically for internal communication. And where we haven't in the first appointed anybody other than the chair or designee is if there's a internal communication that needs to go out. Let's say we change our logo or something rather benign, is that the chair is the person responsible for communicating that back from the board to the leadership team. Or let's say the state of Vermont changes their logo and Pete becomes aware of it and he contacts Janet to let the board know. So this is just having a bootstrap default in the event that we don't have a liaison. And this is just purely for internal communications.
Right, and I'm very concerned about this because this goes back to my concern about our organizational chart, where the board is at the top and then the leadership is below. Now, I understand in terms of human resource obligations and supervision of our leadership team, we've been told that the board chair is the HR person. But this is not in that realm. What we're talking about is operating our program. So making a statement like this does not tell me as a board member, can I email the executive director directly, or do I have to
So,
somehow?
It doesn't
I'd
say
like to
that you
jump in.
can't. That this
like-
is just saying that that the key liaison, the key default is the board chair. This doesn't say that you cannot talk to anybody because you're not that liaison. It
And
doesn't
but
say
the
that.
example-
And just if
Yeah,
I may answer the question, I think I'd like to answer the question if I could.
Sorry, Sarah, go
No,
ahead.
that's all right, but that's not even what this pertains to. This pertains to just communications and just messaging, right? It doesn't pertain to, it's not operational. Those would be our rules of procedure. This is just purely in terms of trying to get out messages such as communication. So last week, we had a change with staffing that was communicated out. And so this pertains to specifically, how is that going to happen? It doesn't pertain to how you're going to, or how, I'll use myself as an example. This doesn't pertain to how I'm going to work through Tier 1A guidelines, and if I can talk to Pete directly, or if I have to go to Janet. That's not any of that sort of day-to-day function. This is really around that messaging component of how are we going to get information from point A to point B.
Right. And so your staffing issue or personnel issue came under the HR rubrics, and I understand why we were forwarded information or shared information later. But your other example about, well, Pete will have to tell Janet if there's a logo change. I didn't quite hear what you were saying because you broke up a little bit, but
Sorry.
why in the world? That's what I'm talking about. Why would Pete have to let Janet know and then Janet turn around and let the board know? That's the piece that I am concerned about, that this is limiting our normal operational access communications internally with our staff. You're not giving our staff the clear expectation, nor the board. If you're putting in as this default or key liaison, without defining it or explaining, this is not normal operations, or this is for important internal communications that, I'm sorry if I can't articulate it better.
So maybe the paragraph under the heading, the internal communications should be clear and prompt. Maybe there should be a definition of what internal communications encompass, Brooke? Would that be?
Yeah, like if it's
helpful?
programmatic, decisions or announcements, or, I understand that there is a role for the board chair to be the liaison, and that's appropriate. And we also don't want to overburden our staff with multiple people asking them questions or dominating their time. But I do think that there are important things like that. But the normal, are you available for the stakeholder meeting next week? I know that sounds kind of silly, but if you don't clearly define what it is that's in and what's out of the expectation, I just want to be sure that we don't create something that people are unclear about.
All right, well, let me go through and give a quick refresher if I could. I think we spent quite a bit of time on this the last time that we talked, and I thought I had this nailed down as to what is and what wasn't. And I think that was only a week ago, but if you want, I can go back through what the purpose of the communications plan is again, and what it covers and what it doesn't cover. But I just, I'm frustrated because I'm trying to understand the concern that's not addressed at this point.
So Sarah, if you could go back to number 3. I think the concern is that there's, just a little bit with the heading. So if this said internal communication guidelines, number 3, internal communications refers to, and put it there. I don't know where we are. Sorry.
So sorry, I just wanted to scroll down a little bit more because I think we have.
But let me finish though. So
Okay.
I think what Brooke's concerned about is there are lots of different types of communications. And one example she gave was operational. And so we need to know this isn't about those operational communications. This is about what exactly? It's about messaging, it's about sort of about spreading news about, for instance, Rachel had news about the VT Buys program. And, instead of perhaps contacting each board member separately. She can just contact the chair and tell the chair what's going on, or she can just come to a board meeting and do that. So this section, if you go back up, or where are we? Number 3. This isn't saying that this doesn't say board chair. Only the board chair may talk to the leadership team. It does not say that. It just suggests that the board chair can serve as a key liaison. It's not a mandate. It's not written that way. But I do hear that that maybe there needs to be some clarification about what types of communications are included in something called internal communications.
So
Yeah,
Kirsten.
I think, let me just respond really quick, because I think number one, it covers it in a broad sense, where the board creates communication priorities, and that, it talks about coordinates communication with the leadership team through the board chair or designee, like the example for Alex when he does the press function. But if that's what you're intending, it's not talking about just normal operational stuff. I mean, it doesn't bother me except the unclearness of it. That's all. So what you're describing, I don't have a conceptual objection to. I just want to make sure that people don't feel stifled or that we create logistical extra steps that are unnecessary.
So what I would offer is, I think at the last meeting, we created the definition of the board. Or we didn't have it, we just had board chair. And I think to try and accomplish what I'm hearing the board would like to do is maybe we delete the definition of board chair and leave the definition of
So those
board
aren't definitions.
under roles and responsibilities.
Right, those aren't definitions, are they? They're descriptions of roles and responsibilities. And I think there is a role and responsibility for the chair that is different in terms of communications. The chair is sort of the conduit, the default conduit. I think it's an appropriate thing to leave in there. I don't think it means that it's inappropriate for other board members to talk to other staff. It's not a mandate that that's the only way that communications can happen.
I appreciate it. Appreciate the response and how the concept will be used. Thank you.
So do you think that there should be some sort of explanation of what these internal communications entail? Descriptors or something? Would that be helpful? Kirsten's nodding.
Yeah, let me think about it while Kirsten maybe has a chance.
Kirsten.
Yeah, I was just going to say quickly a couple things. I do think that paragraph 2 is sort of redundant based on it's covered in paragraph 1, but also the example you gave about the business director disseminating information through the chair. I just have a different interpretation of how that can and from my perspective should be occurring. I think that it should go directly to the board. There's no reason that can't occur. The leadership team can send information and documents to the board. The board just can't discuss them outside of open meeting. That's my understanding. So I don't really agree with having routing documents and that kind of communication through the chair. It doesn't make sense to me.
It's not a mandate.
I understand
Right?
it's not a mandate,
So
but it's kind of setting an expectation.
So the board chair does meet with leadership on a regular basis, separate from board meetings. Is that something that you think is inappropriate?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, because you're suggesting that there is no role for the chair to play as a liaison between the board and leadership.
No, I'm saying that I think it's covered in paragraph 1. I think that it's saying creates communication priorities and coordinates communication with the leadership team through the board chair or designee.
Oh, I see
But I'm
what you're
just saying with
saying.
respect to that specific example, I think documents can be sent directly to the board. And as far as the leadership team meetings, yeah, I think I don't want to have the conversation now, but I'd be interested to know like what kinds of things are, what what kinds of things are discussed and decided at those meetings. I'm sure some of them don't pertain to the board, they're just maybe more HR personnel, but some of them do. And I know you bring things forward. So I don't myself have an understanding of what happens at the leadership team meeting. So I'm not really in a position to reply. But we could talk about that another time if you want.
I mean, I think Sarah's looking to not have to bring this again, to have the same conversations again.
But I think if we insert
I
some
think-
clarification
I think
of what.
we could leave paragraph 2 out. I'm sorry, when you first said that, I wasn't sure which paragraphs we were talking about, but you're talking about Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2. And I think 2 is encompassed in number 1.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to include kind of like a brief definition or reference or example, as you say, explaining like what more specifically what this refers to, like some examples would be nice. I don't want to create frustration for Sarah. I know there's been a lot of hard work on this and I know we have discussed it. So thank you for all the work.
Well, so it was born out of good intentions, was the idea that I think our organization could benefit from more clear and consistent ways of communicating and being very transparent with how we're going to do that, right? And so this is tough because we didn't have this before. So I want to recognize that, and I appreciate all of your thoughts and feedback. I see Brooke has her hand up again. The real person that I want pinned down today on this, though, is Alex, who I've not heard from because he's going to be out next week. So I'll get it. Brooke, happy to hear what you have to say, but Alex, you're on deck. I need to get out of you your thoughts on this. Brooke.
And if he wants to jump in, go right ahead, Alex.
You go first, Brooke. Go. I'll take it up next.
Yeah, I do think it's covered in 1. I agree. I don't think there's any examples that we need to provide. And this in no way, I'm not suggesting that the board chair doesn't have a special role, and in being that key liaison, I just want to be careful about it stifling or catching too many things or people misinterpreting it. So if we can take it out, great. But it in no way is, in my mind, not trying to curtail what the board chair needs to be able to do.
Understood, and I appreciate that. I think the other thing, just to address, the bigger picture too, is we do have procedural rules that talk about more of our day-to-day operations, which are that bigger picture, that bigger umbrella that we need to get to at some point. And this was intended to be a small part. And back when we first started all this, we were looking at procedural rules at the same time as this. With everything else, those have been sort of put on a back burner for right now. We'll get back to those. And I think these are great conversations to have about that sort of bigger umbrella piece. But Alex, do you have anything for me?
I really don't, Sarah. I'm sorry I don't have more comments on this. I'm happy enough with the way it's evolved. I don't disagree with the changes that you've made to the document in real time today, including the elimination of the board chair roles and responsibilities in terms of internal communication guidelines. I think it's sort of covered in the first Roman numeral 1. So, but I don't have a strong opinion about this. I think the way some of the rest of you do. So I'm happy with it. I don't have any substantive requests for changes. Be happy to adopt it today and move on.
Well, I think the other thing too that I'll just skip to, which I want to hit on down at the very bottom, is the piece about review and updates, about reviewing this annually. So I completed the training in terms of accessibility. The state's rolling out with the April 24th, 2026 deadline for web accessibility guidelines. And I was in a prior discussion today about formatting with some of our documents and how we're going to achieve that, and realizing that we don't have like templates and things like that that necessarily reflect that sort of migration. And I think Pete provided me some feedback of maybe the 2.0 version needs to address accessibility guidelines. And absolutely, I think that's spot on. And I appreciate Pete's comment on that. This is meant to be something that as we evolve, we come back to and we discuss and we update. And I think that's going to be definitely within the next year, another area to look at and update as we want to make sure, particularly as we meet our environmental justice requirements and fulfill that role, is that we are making sure that everything, our communication is accessible. So I think this is maybe a good starting point, but I welcome the continued dialogue and how this will hopefully evolve. But at least right now, providing some consistency within the organization for what people can expect to hear from us and how, and to look to those and to make sure that we utilize those tools, don't overly duplicate or saturate, and that we are as clear and transparent as possible. So happy to go back through if there are other areas that people wanted to.
Just two quick things. The review and update section, my preference would be not to put that in there. Not that it isn't going to be reviewed, but I hesitate to put in a mandatory obligation on ourselves for a specific date. And like a year from now, maybe we'll be, right after the session. I bristle at the idea of putting mandatory obligations on ourselves. The timing issue, given how busy we are. The other thing I just wanted to mention is maybe just one last, I didn't specifically, keep track of it, but just in terms of consistency, sometimes we're using the word shall and sometimes we're using the word will. And just if we could double check with Rebecca or Jenny to just say, should we be consistent with these? Is there a need to deviate on them? Because
So
in
in
my
terms
mind,
of
there
that,
is a
Brooke,
little difference between will and
And-
shall. I don't know.
Yeah. And in terms of that, for the accessibility reasons, the answer is that we will use the term will in our guidelines, not shall. So maybe just do a quick find and replace, Sarah, before publishing them.
All right. I went to hit. Okay, perfect.
Janet, if I could just interrupt for a moment.
Yeah.
So Sarah, when you do that, we did that for the regional plan guidelines as well. And there's sometimes when will doesn't work, so it has to be must. But those are the preferred.
Right.
Remember, Janet, that we had to go
That's
and
right.
check each one.
Yeah, we
And,
did do that.
So you just have to check the tense, but
The context, yeah.
it's for accessibility reasons, the preferred or the recommended state of Vermont practice is the will or must.
So here, where it says environmental justice shall be maintained, is that must or is that a will?
External communication should. Plain language should
Just
compliance with
I think it would be
will
must be maintained versus
must be maintained.
will.
Okay.
Well, right. So environmental justice policy will be maintained or must be maintained. Well, I guess you could do will. It's a little either way, right? It's an So I can take a look at it too to make sure it all works. You'll see the ones where it has to be one or the other.
All right, well, I did a word search and I think we just made changes to will versus shalls, and I took out the annually or. Anything else,
Yep.
Rebecca? Before I think Kirsten has her.
Nope, that was it. I just couldn't put my hand down.
Oh.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Kirsten,
So one final question. I know this was developed in consultation with staff, but I just want to make sure that the provision for tracking metrics, that's readily doable and that we're not, that we have the, the means to readily obtain that information, and we're not creating some unattainable goal here. So like the website traffic, the meeting attendance, the media cover, like someone's gonna be tracking that and reviewing it with the board periodically. I just don't know how burdensome that is for staff to do that. I don't know. Pete's here. I don't know if he wants to.
Pete's raised his hand, so Pete.
Yeah, good flag, Kirsten. I appreciate that. Haven't given it too much thought, to be honest about it, but I do think there are ways to get website traffic metrics. For example, that's pretty attainable, and we can do that kind of after the fact. Meeting attendance, I think we've got ways to do that given the board's minutes. Media coverage, that might be a little bit different, and maybe there's other things. That's a for example, so there's maybe other things that we can explore and think about, but I'm comfortable with that generally, and trying to figure out different ways that we can track some meaningful metrics, and certainly if there are things that are overburdensome or just not trackable, we'll let you all know. That'd be my thought.
Yeah.
And
Attendance
as
at
needed, we
trainings.
can change this. So, sorry, Kirsten, you were saying something.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, thanks, Pete. Another one that we might track would be attendance at offered public trainings. Could be another one. I don't think you necessarily need to add it in here. It's just something that comes to mind. All right,
I think-
thanks, Pete.
And I think what I'll speak to is this was just meant to be, for example, I think we've had some discussion about, I'll give for instance, maybe using Front Porch Forum as a means of providing information, but recognizing that there's a cost with that. And so I think this was really trying to get at, as we evaluate different tools, different methods, is that we try to evaluate for effectiveness. And so that might be something that if we wanted to try that out, we would try and find out how many people that's getting out to, what level of engagement is that providing us for the value. So meant to be a little bit flexible here and broad. And I realize the concern. I think that's a good one about wanting to make sure that we aren't creating an additional burden on our staff. I think this is really geared towards, if we try new things, let's make sure that we have a way of evaluating them for effectiveness. So happy to go back through and comb through any different areas before I stop sharing the screen.
Brooke?
Would the board allow me to make a motion to take action on the plan?
Sure.
Then I would move that the board approve and adopt the communications plan as presented and altered today during our meeting. There was something else I wanted to say.
May I ask for also?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me just finish with the with possible future reformatting as needed.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you both. Any further discussion? from anybody.
Yeah, I'd like to really thank Sarah. I know this was a real grind and lots of changes, so your patience with us is really appreciated, Sarah. Thank you for your efforts.
Yeah.
Okay, hearing no further, seeing no hands. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
That is 5. That is unanimous. We have a communications guidelines document with some formatting to come. Okay. Sarah, the next item is yours, Tier 1A discussion.
So I feel like this should have like the Star Wars, a long, long time ago, in a place far, far away. We began work on Tier 1A this spring. And just to give a quick recap and then sort of point you in a direction. So when we were considering, when we all took on different reports, I was moving forward on this at the same time we were moving forward with the regional plan guidelines. And then we decided that we really need to focus on regional plan guidelines, let that drive and be a vessel that could help develop and flesh out some of the things that we were talking about like last week about coincident boundaries and what have you, and then take that and use it as a blueprint for developing Tier 1A. Trying to create as much consistency within the process and the thinking and the terminology. And so at that point, what I endeavored to do around May was take the thinking and put it into a framework, not guidance. This was just meant to be a temporary vessel to shelve everything into. And I used the time in between to just leave it out for public comment. And specifically did approach some of our state partners in BAFTA and asked them to respond by a certain date. It was on our website. Other people could respond to it. We did an all staff meeting and we had some staff responses. This is a little bit different because unlike some of the rest of our different responsibilities, there is not a stakeholder group going along with this one. The guidance that we're working under 10 VSA 6034 is fairly straightforward and pretty prescriptive. So I think what I tried to do in terms of the materials that are up on our website and are provided to the board is so that framework, that shell from last May is there, as well as I provided 2 other documents, which was trying to summarize the different responses provided or different questions, comments, and then also provide a response to those. And then a 2-page summary with some of the top highlights where I think there are some good points raised. And as we move into drafting guidance, we definitely want to look at those 10 items. So I'm happy to sort of do a walkthrough with that today. What I'm hoping to get from the board is with the 10 specific items in the 2-page cover letter is a thumbs up or thumbs down. If we need to, we have time on our Monday agenda, we can walk through this. I'm going to lose Alex for Monday, so I'm hoping to rattle him again for what his thoughts are. And the thing that I will say is now I'm in a little bit of a constrained timeline. So we've deferred until August and we have until the first of the year to get this stood up and fleshed out, which I think is absolutely achievable, recognizing that we are now down a little bit in staff. But I'm going to need to start going into guidelines with this fairly quickly as soon as we can try and wrap up regional plans, which we're still working on the applications and some of the other things, which is great, and need to get that out too. And I think that goes to one of the other overall comments I got back where people are looking for specificity and time clocks and wording. That wasn't in the framework. That belongs in the guidance, which is yet to be developed. And I think that will flesh out a lot of the things. And the other important piece that has become relevant is, as important as it is to have these guidelines for an application, is we have a lot of good questions for municipalities that will be looking to apply for Tier 1A on what it really means to administer Act 250 and enforcement. And so that is another piece of guidance that we will probably have to develop in parallel, because it will really need to be there to help inform people as to whether or not they decide to apply for Tier 1A. So I'm happy to share either the longer sort of pulled together of all the comments received of it as of last week, or limit to sort of the 2-pager. And I will say that I've gotten additional comments from Mr. Weiss, which I very greatly appreciate. I can address those as well as continue to get staff comments on. So where would you like me to start? Can I start with the 2-pager perhaps as the high
Yeah.
level?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that, Sarah.
I'd prefer the 2-pager to begin with, yes.
All right. I'll zoom in a little bit. That looks good to everybody? So this, okay. So just to go over, I think one of the good things was we were trying to provide some forethought about the application process and recognizing that you could have a municipality apply for 2 separate tier 1A areas and asking that they be separate applications. There's a comment, I think it was from the league, that came back and said, could you have just one application so that you didn't have duplication and it didn't become overly burdensome for a municipality? And so I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think there might be times where municipalities may want to separately apply for tier 1A areas, but I think allowing for the possibility that you could put the 2 separate areas on one application, I'm not sure that that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that we could consider it. I'm not sure that we would receive too many of those, and we could take action on one area but not the other under one application. So that seemed to me to be sort of okay, let's explore that area. The
I
second
think
thing, go ahead.
Oh, are we going through these one at a time and
Sure.
getting board feedback?
Sure.
I think it makes sense to have one municipality provide one application. And, if I don't see the need for 2 at all, really. And, it would be easier for us too, I think. Kirsten.
I agree with what Janet just said. And I also think that if a municipality does have multiple non-contiguous areas, that an approval could, recognize that perhaps not all of those met the standard. So the board might find that, area A and B are eligible for tier 1A, but not area C as proposed by the municipality. We shouldn't have separate applications in that scenario. That would be my opinion.
Anybody else have any strong feelings about combined application or separate application? So I can jump to 2 and we can always come back.
I'm
Jumping to
also
2.
in support. I think it makes sense to allow the flexibility. So yeah, keep going.
Okay. Second one was guidance must address if changes to underlying future land use areas change the boundaries of the tier 1 area, how this will be reconciled on future land use maps as amendment. Yep, that's an area that we're going to have to address. Because if you have the tier 1A areas are set up for every 8 years, they're supposed to come back and give an update or a report, and we're going to eventually need to figure out what that is. But let's say in the meantime, you have a regional plan comes in and tweaks the underlying future land use area. Does that impact the meets and bounds of the tier 1A area? And this is something that, and this is a very great example of why standing up that regional plan guidelines first, because I think where we've gone to on tier 1B is it doesn't necessarily change the tier 1B areas. So I'm not sure that would necessarily change the tier 1A areas. But I think we're going to have to provide some specificity one way or another on this in our guidance. Any thoughts?
So there is, I mean, this is maybe a no-brainer, but needs to be in the guidance that we develop, that if there are changes to a future land use area that remove an area that got tier 1A status from one of the applicable future land use areas, then that area would no longer be eligible for tier 1A. So if, for instance, a center was reconfigured and part of it that was tier 1A is no longer in the center and it's now in, you know, something that's not one of the future land use areas that isn't eligible to be tier 1A, then it follows that the tier 1A would have to change along with that future land use area map change.
Yeah, but I would argue that there's a protocol and a timing to do that, and it's tied to the future review and expiration potentially of the tier 1A area. I'm not convinced that there needs to be an automatic change. I think future land use areas are applied for by the Regional Planning Commission. Tier 1A areas are applied for by a municipality. We issue those approvals to two separate entities. I think they ought to stand. And if there's some discrepancy between them, we can take it up when the tier 1A area is under review again, whether that's annually or at the 4-year time horizon or at the 8-year time horizon.
Or maybe
That's
we
just my
shouldn't
sense.
approve the future land use map change if it changes the eligibility of an already approved tier 1A area. So,
I would certainly want to ask that question if
Yeah.
if a regional planning commission came in and wanted to undo something that we had approved for tier 1A, I'd want to know why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something that we're going to need to provide a fine point on, because there are different versions of this. And, you know, could you have a tier 1A area in that instance that you still have it approved, but now the future land use area? I think we'll try and provide some overall guidance on this, but I think to Alex's point is some of this might be as we delve into these issues. I think it might inform how we treat some of the future land use areas and regional plan considerations. So I think I'll jump to 3 because I think it helps answer a little bit of 2, which is the idea that there's some sort of annual reporting requirements. So I think one of the things, and taking a look at Act 181 and overall what we're trying to accomplish, is the idea of that balance between conservation and housing and what impacts some of these new tiers are having. And I think I think one of the challenges I've heard with some of the interim exemptions is we're not sure the impact that we're creating because you've exempted these developments now from permits. So it would be nice to have a clearer understanding of just how many housing units are being created through these interim exemptions. So looking ahead to tier 1A, it would be nice to also get something back just from municipalities annually, and we can create like a typical formatting from this that's not overly burdensome, just in terms of tell us a little bit about what you're doing. How many units have actually gone to construction or been permitted in the past year? I think it might be a way too for us, if we have some concerns specific to that community, to have that also be an area for conversation back and forth or some sort of monitoring. I think Mr. Weiss in his comments also submitted some ideas for it. I think we have some great ideas from staff. That's something that we would need to provide some parameters from. And I think I'd want to have some conversations with communities too, in terms of what are some easy metrics there to provide. So it's nothing that's spelled out anywhere. However, we do have the ability within 6034 to have check-ins and more frequent check-ins as possible. And I think providing some certainty as to what that process will be helpful for all parties involved. So that's also something that we could use in addressing number 2 if we ran into a situation where the future land use map was now different than the tier 1A area.
So Sarah, I understand the logic. I also understand that progress at the municipal level is exceedingly slow, and including development that might be exempt from Act 250 under the Tier 1A rubric. So I'm not convinced that an annual reporting requirement is necessary unless when we approve the Tier 1A area, there is a specific concern that might warrant it. But as a sort of general rule, I would prefer to leave these municipalities to their own devices until the 4-year check-in, and maybe have some required reporting then, which could report on annual statistics, over the 4-year span. But yeah, I guess as a former municipal official, that's where this comment's coming from. I think it would be great if we could, once we've put them through this review process and they've gotten the approval, let them run for a while and check back with them when we have the 4-year check-in rather than requiring annual paperwork.
Yeah, and I hear you absolutely,
sorry.
Alex. Oh, sorry. If I could respond for a minute, just
Yeah.
As a former municipal official, I absolutely hear you, and I always disliked where everybody wanted the same information in 10 different ways, right? And so that I was hoping that this might be an easy one because most municipalities provide some level of information to the regional planning commissions, and particularly now that we're into housing target territory, it might just be a nice thing for us to measure our effectiveness in terms of talking specifically with tier 1A areas and saying, hey, you just provide this information to your regional planning entity. Could you please let us know? And also of that subset, how many of these units are actually occurring in your tier 1A area? So it wasn't meant to necessarily be another burden. It was meant to help us measure our level of effectiveness. I think the other thing too that I wanted to touch on was I think there were concerns about what would happen in the event of a clawback with tier 1A, and how would we know what that municipality had amended for Act 250 permits or done for enforcement. It might be a good bootstrap to that just in terms of tracking. But I absolutely hear you and appreciate you, Alex.
Also, Sarah, DHCD and others, state agencies want to be tracking some of this anyway, and it might be something that we should be collaborating with them on, so that we aren't necessarily asking for information that they're also giving to state partners. We don't want to be redundant in that respect. So, Brooke.
Yeah, I want to pick up on what Sarah just said, kind of related to that clawback and enforcement issues. Because I believe that we have the responsibility to, if enforcement does not occur by the municipalities within a reasonable time, we do have the authority to bring an enforcement action in a tier 1A area. So I think it would make a lot of sense to have annual reporting, at least with regard to complaints and actions thereupon, so that we can have a collection of information to consider if there's something that needs to be followed up on that the municipality hasn't, been able to, may not have the resources or whatever.
Kirsten?
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar, maybe have a form, and I don't know if we can do this as a condition of tier 1A approval, say, like on request of the board and within 14 days, provide this information. And maybe if we don't want to do it annually, we could prescribe that this occur, at the 2-year interval, like at the halfway mark between the next 4-year. 4 years is a fair bit of time to pass without a check-in, but I think everyone's had some good thoughts. But I think, yeah, like what Brooke just said, having a tool to ensure that the municipality helps provide some information so that it can be understood would be helpful.
So I would suggest, Sarah, to, I think we do want to have check-ins, and for an 8-year, it sounds like is appropriate, but that in terms of other reporting, that we would collaborate with other state partners in doing so and collecting information that may be useful.
So absolutely. I think part of this is the proof is going to be in the pudding, and I think we have templates to develop for our approval process for those conditions. And I think we've already talked a little bit about number 4, about the 4 and 8 year check-in, but I think providing some specificity and getting some feedback from the board on that will be great. I think these are directions to be explored, and I hear all the concerns of not being over redundant or burdensome, working with state partners and also with staff, and we'll look to try and do that. And I want to recognize I have about less than 10 minutes left. I've only gone through 3. I'm going to sort of skip through 4 because I think we got that. We have some time on Monday to get through this. But let me try and get through a couple more real quick. And Alex, as I said, I'm going to lose you on Monday, so feel free to jump in if there's something that you want me to jump to. I'm happy to. 5, and this has to do with the flood hazard and river corridor bylaws. I think what I wanted to is my floodplain peeps pointed out all the different versions of A. I meant for flood zone A to be inclusive, and just the translation on that is that area that has a 1% chance any year within, well, basically it's a 100-year floodplain is how a lot of people, where you have a chance within the 100 years of having that flood. That's your zone A's, and it was meant to be all inclusive. So that was the other clarification to make. I'll just continue zipping through unless I see hands. I think, let me jump back to 6 because that's a little bit more substantial. Let me jump to 7, which is the compatible with the character of. A lot of people do not like the word character. And unfortunately, it's what's in statute. And so I think we were able to do a little bit of other wordsmithing. And the framework that we had wording that said protects and enhances the historic character of Tier 1A. And I think we can change that to say that protects be replaced with sustains. So we really are talking about sustains the historic character of Tier 1A. I think that will ameliorate some concerns in terms of application. Jumping up to 8, which is your significant natural communities, rare, threatened, and endangered. I think we had some great feedback from ANR that said instead of the G's, let's add in, have it be S1, S2, and S3. And yes, we're absolutely happy to add in some information telling our Tier 1 communities to consult with Fish and Wildlife in advance of applying, and adding in some disclaimer language. I think, as we'll talk probably more about in the Tier 3 areas, these are not necessarily static areas. And I think we're happy to, in subsection C, the type of application with Fish and Wildlife, we can absolutely specify and work with A&R on that. Alex.
I think that's a good change on number 8 with I assume those are recommendations from Fish and Wildlife. So I like that. But back to number 7, I also like the change you're suggesting in terms of just the language differential. But I think it would be helpful to, in the guidelines, also have a statement that clarifies that this standard is not meant to and I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the right wording on the fly and it's not going to come, but this standard is not meant to dip communities in amber and to sustain the historic character of a tier 1 area such that everything looks the same as it did historically, but rather sustain the historic character of and this is where I'm floundering a bit, historic structures, maybe certain historic districts. And if there's a way to just add a little more color or context in there, because I think, these tier 1 areas absolutely are going to evolve architecturally and in terms of pattern of development over time. And it's just one board member, don't want this misconstrued to be that you have to somehow use the same streetscape or form that we had 150 years ago or 100 years ago. I want us to be clear about the evolution of architecture and form is understood and allowed and is not a problem within the context of this standard.
Absolutely. I think that there's some great things within historic preservation guidance that we can look to in terms of really what makes our community special is that evolution over time and that things get added to and that it's not static. And so I think you're right. We can do some more verbiage within this to help, particularly with the concerns about character and that it's not necessarily static, but it's that evolution and it's meant to change and adapt. And, you have the rehab, rehabilitate, restore, renew, all those different terms within historic preservation context that are really meant to, that historic buildings also do change and need to adapt over time as well to suit new uses. So I'm going to, recognizing I'm just about at time, I want to jump through a couple more things. 9, the public water and wastewater systems. It was recommended that we come up with a definition of decentralized for infrastructure. I think that's fine to create a broad definition for decentralized infrastructure. We can work on that. 10, guidance for municipal administration and enforcement of Act 250 areas is important. And this is what I was speaking to at the front end, that we really need to create some specific procedures that could be considered for municipalities with tier 1A areas that are inclusive of existing Act 250 permits. We do have statutory language on this, but I think people want some more specifics and examples if we could. I know I've gone through a lot in a short period of time. I want to at least end by introducing number 6, which is the smart growth principles portion of this. So here we have within statute that tier 1A areas have to further the smart growth principles of 24 VSA chapter 76A, and recognizing that this is now an area in statute that's going to be expiring. When the board first thought about how we're going to evaluate applications, there's the idea of a checklist, specifically the checklist from, I think it was the neighborhoods designation from the Community Investment Board. And I think the board generally was not thrilled with the idea of such a checklist and wanted some sort of statutory definition of to go and use if possible. And so for that, we went to some of what was already in 24 BSA. I think it was 4414 was some of like narrative language. And so you had people on both ends of the spectrum that loved the flexibility and also wanted more of a checklist. Some of the simple changes within this, unless the board wants to change the direction that we're going overall, is to replace the word neighborhood with center and public with civic. And also just, I think we can, to Alex's point about more context, I think we can provide more context. So I know I've jumped around a lot. Hopefully I covered everything, at least on a first blush, for people to be thinking about. I'm going to stop sharing if that's all right.
Sure, Alex.
There, I felt like our board had a pretty robust discussion on this topic, and although I respect feedback from folks saying that we should potentially go back to a checklist style, I don't want to do that. I felt like we got to where we were for a good reason. And, you know, if it's some people saying, you know, make it a checklist and some people saying this is great, we can write a narrative to that, then I'd prefer to stick with what we have. And as far as the wording changes, you know, public, civic, neighborhood center, I'm happy to, I'm happy to see those changes and understand, you know, where they are in the framework document as they, you know, spin out into the guidance. But that's my quick and dirty feedback on number 6.
Brooke?
Just have a word suggestion for 7. How about preserves? Just a thought.
I will use my historic preservation thesaurus and we'll see what we can come up with on this. And I want to say that this is just sort of like the restart on tier 1A. Is I'm hopeful as we get along in guidance and sort of have that in-depth pattern now that you'll see different reiterations of this as we move forward. But I think it was one of those, let's dust this off, get this back before the board. And, you know, I'm happy to hear your thoughts on this as we move forward and dive into the details too. But just so happy to be restarting this process.
Thanks, Sarah. We have a couple of people sitting at 10 Baldwin that may have tier 1A comments. I know Thomas has given us some extensive written comments. I don't know how many of us have had a chance to read through them all, but we did receive written comments from Thomas. I'm wondering if there is anyone else that has tier 1A comments at the moment that they would like to share with the board before we move on today.
Yeah, Janet, we do have a member of the public here. I'll let him introduce himself with a comment. Go ahead.
Steve Whitaker from Montpelier. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Steve.
I just want to raise a couple flags for your consideration. As I've read the May document and I haven't been through the comments back other than this one. Pete just printed me the 2-pager that you're going through, but just food for thought, and it's not organized enough as well as y'all are, but the Regional Planning Commission's Project Review Committee is triggered by Act 250. So that our Project Review Committee for a large project, for example, Country Club Road, doesn't come before our Project Review Committee unless it's subject to Act 250. So these buffer zones that are exempt from Act 250 mean that the Regional Planning Commission has no oversight, no role to play in looking at traffic impacts, for instance, or prime excellence. So I see that you're addressing smart growth and you're addressing, hydrology. But I don't see that you're addressing things like traffic unless traffic is included in the smart growth or prime ag soils. That particular city-owned property has a lot of prime ag soils, and the momentum is to achieve the exemption and pave over or build over top of those prime ag soils. So I think that if you're going to, in effect, delegate capacity or review enforcement of Act 250, there has to be some demonstrated capacity and willingness to enforce it locally. Because in our situation, we don't have that. We have somebody willing to ignore the traffic impacts and ignore the prime ag soils and, hell bent on making a mess for the region. So I just want to raise those that might fit into your next iteration of this. You can do a lot of damage in 4 years. And the other thing, when you're talking about annual survey of how much has been built in these buffer zones, consider using the enhanced 911 database, because every time an address goes live, it's mandatorily included in the enhanced 911 database with geocoded. So that may be a way to kind of keep an eye on how much is being developed in these buffer zones in an automated fashion without being intrusive or burdensome to the municipalities. I'm sure I'll have more later, but that's.
Yeah. Thank you,
what I wanted
Steve.
you to hear today.
As Sarah said, this is sort of a restart, and this is going to be a several-month process. So we can take your comments into consideration, and feel free to stay plugged in and to continue to offer your thoughts. Sarah, did you have a last word before we move on?
Sure, and I don't know if Kirsten has something for me now, if you want to shoot me a thought on it too, because I did see that you had your hand raised, but
I'll connect with you offline.
okay. But I think that just I'll come back to 10 VSA 6034 was fairly prescriptive of what tier 1A areas are and are not. And to some of the points raised in terms of prime ag, these were some things that are left out of being in tier 1A areas. So I'm absolutely want to hear more from people, but I think just for everybody to recognize what the board can and can't do statutorily on this. And I think there are other ways under some of the things that the board's discussed in terms of the tier 2 reporting and prime ag soils with reports that we can take a look at within that. So as we move forward, I think it's going to be sorting through some of the different buckets and different lenses to look at things. But again, just I think of a lot of what we've been given. Tier 1A is pretty prescriptive. So I appreciate everybody's input, and thank you for letting me restart this, and look forward to future conversations.
Thanks, Sarah. Alex, I'm going to move right along to you for 8C stakeholder list.
Thanks. So as everybody knows, part of our Act 181 charge is to establish a working group to help us draft, or at least review rules that we will draft on the new Act 250 criterion, which is criterion 8C, which was designed to review and limit impacts on forest blocks and habitat connectors. So apologies, I'm the lead on this, and I'm a little late in getting us our working group together. We were supposed to have this set by July 1st. It's the end of the month. So what I sent to you in your packet was the proposed list of stakeholders for the criterion 8C working group. And if you're looking at that document, which I'm happy to share so that our members of the public can see it if they don't have it in front of them. Hold on.
I can share it. Oh, you got it.
Yep.
Good.
So sorry, this list is in large part taken from the tier 3 working group, but it is not a
Alice,
complete.
could you make that a little bit bigger on your end if possible? Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, happy to do so. How's that?
Better, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so a lot of these folks are on the tier 3 working group. It's not a direct one-to-one match. There were a variety of folks that either didn't have a lot to say during the tier 3 working group meetings, or didn't seem to have a sort of a vested interest in the forest block and habitat connector conversation, at least in my mind. But a lot of the folks from the tier 3 group are here. In addition to those people, I thought it made sense to reach out and get a couple of new personalities from the regional planning commissions, and add a couple of folks from the municipal planning realm. And this is not just my municipal bias from where I came from. This is because in 2018, municipal and regional plans were required under state statute to address forest blocks and habitat connectors. So both regional planning staff and municipal planning staff have been thinking about this issue for quite some time. And so I put out invites and got some names there. So you'll see, instead of Adam Luigi, who's on the tier 3 working group for representing VAPTA and the Addison County Regional Planning Commission, and Seth Jensen, who's representing the Lamoille Planning Commission on the tier 3 working group, their names aren't listed. And instead you'll see Chris Campany from Wyndham Regional Commission, as well as Brian Voigt from Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. And similarly, at the municipal level, Melinda Scott, who is a planner in the town of Williston, and Dan Malik, who's not a municipal official, but does a lot of work both at the municipal and regional level as a consultant for Du Bois King. And then finally, Janet actually had recommended when I was pinging you all for suggestions, that we ought to get somebody from the economic development realm in this conversation. It seemed like a void in the tier 3 group. And so Annie McLean, who's with the Northeastern Vermont Development Association up in the Kingdom, functions in that role. And so she's recommended for this criterion 8C. But otherwise, you're going to notice some similar organizations and names. Jamie Fidel from VNRC. Ryan Rebozo is a different name, but he's also been participating from Vermont Center for Eco Studies. Trey Martin, Ornella, Gene Hamilton, both from the Land Access Opportunity Board. Peter Tucker, who's from the Vermont Association for Realtors. Warren Coleman from an attorney representing the Vermont Ski Area Association. These are folks that I've just mentioned are all on the tier 3 working group today. The ones that you see in yellow are folks that I'm still waiting to hear back from. And so they've gotten a couple of invites and reminders. And so, for example, with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, I think it makes sense to hold a slot for them, even if we don't have a name yet. And similarly with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, I think we need to hold a slot for them. But Josh Hanford indicated to me that he's very hopeful that they can get one of their member municipal officials to join this work group as opposed to him. So that we've got his name in there as sort of a placeholder, and hoping for a representative from VLCT from their membership. So that's the suggestion. And at the bottom of this list are some folks that I think we should add, but I'm still trying to wrestle some names. So we did not really have a developer in the tier 3 group, and these are review criterion that are going to affect developers. So it'd be nice to have one. I haven't had any luck finding one that is interested. I've reached out to 2 of our district coordinators, 2 different municipal officials, and gotten some suggestions, and all of those have been dead ends. So if anyone has a suggestion for a developer or somebody in that community, I'm all ears. And thankfully, Keith Thompson at FPR just got back to me the other day with some three names of private consulting foresters. So I now do have a couple folks I can pursue on that front. And then finally, a municipal official from a rural community. That's actually who I'm hoping will serve in place of Josh Hanford from VLCT. So I'll stop talking.
And Alex, do you need us to approve this? Can't you just go with it without us having to say it looks good? Or do you feel like you need
I would definitely like your input, and I would prefer to have your blessing, even if there are some holes that are still to be filled. This is the procedure I use with the tier 3 group. I think it's important that you're all comfortable that we have the right representation. And I know you're all busy. So when I asked you for suggestions a month ago, and I didn't get a whole lot except from Janet, I'm giving you another opportunity, the rest of you, to say, hey, how about we get a stakeholder from this group? Or how about we swap out, one person you have on the list for somebody else? So yeah, I'm looking for suggestions and at least some sort of tacit approval that the list looks good, and even if we have a few slots to finalize, to go ahead.
Okay, Kirsten.
So I think it's great you're looking for a representative from a rural community, and I had previously received a couple names from RPC sources actually, and then vetted them through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, like just reached out to see if there were other suggestions, etc. And so I have a couple names, the ZA from Montgomery and the ZA from Burke, which I can pass along. Montgomery coincides with where Charlie Hancock also serves on the select board. So for purpose of the wood product stakeholder group, I didn't move forward with extending an invitation to that ZA to help maintain some geographic diversity. So the wood products stakeholder group encompassed the ZA from the town of Burke, Mike Harris. You could ask him if he's interested. The other thought I had is Northern Forest Center. Is another organization that you might think of including. And I noticed that Annette Smith was not on here, and I'm just wondering if, I don't know if there's, how much room you have, but I think it'd be great to have, just make sure the sort of general citizen kind of interest is captured. Because,
I appreciate that, Kirsten. So 2 questions for you, or a comment and question. First, back to the ZA recommendations. I'm happy to follow up with Mike Harris or others. I was thinking someone in a rural community that's in more of a policy-making role as opposed to an administrative or operational role that a ZA has. But I'm happy to, think differently about it and go the ZA route. Do you have a thought on that, or a preference in terms of ZA versus a planning commissioner or a select board member?
I just think it depends on the individual's background. Mike Harris, from memory, was also formerly in the role of town administrator. So yeah, I think planning commissioner who kind of understands like the implementation side of land use could be great. But I think, I see you've got the town of Williston official, which is obviously, the urban end of the spectrum of Vermont. And so I think it's, and that was a planner, right? That person's a planner.
That's right.
So maybe you find their rural counterpart.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So, yeah.
So
but yeah, Northern Forest Center, I think would be great.
Okay.
To include. Amy Robinson was also from the Northern Forest Center and participated in wood products as well. So, but they're, you could study their website. They have quite a few different people, but maybe Amy would feel like she has bandwidth again. So.
Okay. So my comment was, Brooke and I chatted about Annette as another person to add to this list potentially, and I'm not adverse to that. I think Annette has provided some really good feedback on the Tier 3 working group, but I think that if we want to add someone who's sort of like in the realm of public advocate, that it might be better to add somebody who for which forest blocks and wildlife habitat is their forte, is something that they're passionate about, and that they help like encourage members of the public who are concerned about that to sort of participate. And so if we want someone like that, I know that I can't remember who suggested it, but Sue Morris is a very well-respected person in Vermont that created the Keeping Track organization, and is a pretty strong advocate for wildlife in the state. And I know there are others. And so if we want to add that element, my suggestion would be to look to those folks. Again, nothing against Annette, but someone who sort of comes to the table with a deep knowledge of the issue, especially with regard to wildlife habitat, I think could be helpful. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on that or others, because I know that we all appreciate Annette's participation in our process.
Brooke, your hand has been up.
Yeah, I would like to see Annette placed on the stakeholder list for a number of reasons. First of all, we have no representation from Rutland or Bennington County. And secondarily, she does have knowledge and experience and expertise and has become educated through her wind project work at the PUC. In forests and forest connectivity. And if she'd like to speak up for herself with any specific information about that, I would invite her to do so. But I also want to highlight the fact that I'm not seeing any environmental advocate or public advocate on this list. And that's very different than just somebody who has experience with wildlife or whatever. And she has been so effective in the appeals study with incredibly helpful information. She goes and researches and provides the stakeholder conversation with really helpful, very focused suggestions, raises issues, and has been at it for 20 years in this. And I think that her commitment to involvement on behalf of the public and in concert with VNRC, because VNRC is very focused on higher level policy, but she brings to the table the complementary understanding of the of Vermonters who are living and dealing with these vast changes with permitting programs. And I think she is a critically important voice, and I'd like to see her added.
Thank you, Brooke. Sarah?
So I was going to offer that if you're trying to find some municipal officials, the Vermont Association of Conservation Commissions might be another place to sort of search, and maybe they can offer some of their member municipalities that might have a good select board member or two, or somebody that's more in that policy realm. Could be some conservation commissions too. Just a thought there. And then I think the other thing that I'll sort of ask for Alex, that's also on the list but not highlighted in yellow, is he's looking for a second board member. And I will say that with everything that I just went through earlier in the meeting, although I'd love to help Alex in any way possible, I'm not going to sign up for that right now. And I'm hoping that one of the other board members might consider helping fill that role for him.
Yeah,
Kirsten?
we can talk about that in a moment, but I wanted to get through sort of the non-board member working group members first, because these are all great suggestions, and this is why we're having the conversation. Sorry.
Kirsten?
Oh, I was just gonna offer with respect to the latter element that Sarah just mentioned. That yeah, I would be happy to sort of co-lead this 8C task with you, Alex. I think it has a strong nexus to the work that Sarah and I are looking at on the, you know, the road guideline, and like it's a lot of the work kind of overlaps. So I just want to come up with a sort of strategy for you know, maximizing input from stakeholders and how we get the meetings done and cover the basis, but just think about where the cross sections are too. So yeah, I was going to reach out to you, Alex, and reply to that other inquiry. But
And
yeah,
the-
I
You were the one I was thinking of, Kirsten, but I wanted to get through the public
Yeah.
representation first. But
Yes.
thank you for the offer, and as long as nobody else wants to, you know, do rock paper scissors with you for it, it would be really helpful if we could do it together.
And I think it also dovetails with what Kirsten is already volunteered for in terms of the tier 2 reporting. So, I mean, I think the list looks comprehensive, and with the caveats that you're still trying to reach a few people, I'm perfectly happy with it. Do you want a motion, Alex, or do you just want a feeling from us?
I want to hear from Annette because she's got her hand raised and she's
Oh,
with
okay.
us, and we
Well-
were just talking about her.
Okay, Annette, go ahead.
Yes, just a little awkward being talked about. So a couple of suggestions first. On the subject of Sue Morse, while she would be fabulous, Sue is, shall we say, technically challenged. And I did suggest that you reach out to her at the beginning of the tier 3 work. I don't know if you ever did talk to her, but and she said that she would be happy to suggest or talk to you about it, but she does not seem to have any capacity to participate in these things. And I know that when I've tried to do things with her, she has to go, I think, to somebody's house to be on Zoom. And so she's amazing. She would be a wonderful addition, but I don't think it will work. But I suggest you talk to her. You have to call her. She doesn't use email. However, somebody that you might want to consider is Justin Lindholm. And Justin served something like 8 years on the Fish and Wildlife Board, appointed by Governor Shumlin. He is on the Planning Commission in Mendon. He is someone like Sue. In fact, they're the only two people I know who are happiest when they're in the woods. You go walking in the woods with these people, and it is just amazing what you learn and what they see that most of us don't see. Justin had to learn, he's also not he wasn't technically good, but he learned how to use an iPad because of being on the Fish and Wildlife Board, so he can do those things. He might have to get help being on teams, but he has walked and is moose guided and walked every ridgeline proposed for industrial wind turbines, and just knows more about wildlife and forests than anybody you'll meet. Now, as for my own expertise, the one thing you may not be aware of is that the Public Utility Commission already uses they've already evaluated projects through forest fragmentation and habitat connectivity. And when this has come up in the legislature numerous times, I've asked the PUC, how is it that you can do this and Act 250 can't? And before the specific criteria of Act 250 were incorporated into Section 248, there was a more general statute about language that was about impacts to the natural resources. And so they use that. So for the Lowell Wind Project, there was a special hearing just about habitat connectivity and forest fragmentation, and I attended that. If you don't want me on it, that's okay. It's up to you. But I am very concerned, especially Alex, as we have communicated recently about the very special area that is the Taconic Mountains. I don't see that this list contains a lot of people, or even, I think Mark Lappin has some experience and Dory Barton has some experience, but the Taconics are very different from the Green Mountains, and there are or wildlife corridors and forests and more biodiversity in the Taconics than there are in the Green Mountains. And I do bring specific knowledge about those issues. And so I don't see anybody from Rutland or Bennington counties. Addison County is just Mark Lappin, and that's the breadth of the Taconic Mountains. And so you need somebody on here who goes beyond the Green Mountains and who's also in the southern part of the state. Chris Campany is great. He's somebody who probably doesn't get out in the woods too much. I don't know, but he sits at the desk and goes to a lot of meetings. But Southern Vermont shouldn't be left out of this. So please be careful about overloading it with people from Northern Vermont. And thank you.
So Annette, just to qualify, are you interested? It sounds like you are. I haven't talked to you about it because I thought perhaps there was a better, set of expertise that we could bring to bear than yours. But it sounds like you are interested.
Yes.
Okay.
So Annette, let me ask you whether you think David Campbell or Rick Ledoux might be good people to ask, or somebody from Merck.
I was thinking about somebody from Merck, but I'm not familiar with those two people that you just mentioned. And there's been so many changes in these organizations.
Yeah. So Rick Ledoux is the sole employee of the Equinox Preservation Trust.
Mhm.
And he spends most of his day up and down the mountain doing trail work and, getting rid of invasive species and, or trying to. And then Donald Campbell, did I say David earlier? I meant Donald Campbell.
Yeah.
He,
He's
with the Vermont Land Trust. Yeah. And
he
lives
has
in
a good
Bennington.
understanding of the area. This is his region, all the way
Yeah.
from Bennington up
Yeah.
through this area. So again, I don't know about his involvement out in the woods. I was getting the impression with the idea of Sue Morse that that's what Alex was looking for, was someone with, but I think, Donald has contributed a lot to this region. So
Yeah.
just those are good thoughts. Yeah. And Merck Forest, I used to know the people there, but
Yeah, they've changed.
there's a lot of changes in this world.
Yeah.
I'm one of the last ones standing from 26 years, Brooke, not 20. So
Yeah, to be clear, just so everybody understands, I think we have a lot of ecological expertise on this list. And so while we could always add more, the gap that I was thinking of filling here was one where someone who is able to sort of energize or has been connected to the general public and their interest in this resource and this topic. And that's why Sue Morse came in. That's why Sue Morse came into my head.
Yeah.
Versus you, Annette, because she has made a name for herself, and people, I think, there's a lot of people who have think of her when they think of like, why is wildlife habitat important? How do you track critters? That sort of thing. It was less about whether you're in the woods or sit at a desk. But you have that talent as well, Annette. I think we all recognize
don't know
that.
what I do with all of the information that I gather, but I assure you that I distribute it as best I can to the people who are want to engage in this process. When all these wind projects were proposed, Sue Morse reached out to me and said, we need to do something. And we created, at Sue's request, a group called Peak Keepers. It's still got a website, peakkeepers.org. Sue insisted that we gather the scientists in the state and that we hold roundtable discussions, which we did 4 of, bringing in experts, some of whom have passed away at this point, but fascinating discussions about the values of our mountains. And this was all Sue's doing, but she had to bring me and others into it in order to make it happen and create an educational forum to help people understand these impacts. In fact, we just got the bear study, or a report on a bear study for Deerfield Wind, which has taken years to get, and supports that we shouldn't be interfering with wildlife habitat. And that study is actually relevant to this forest fragmentation work.
So if Annette is willing, it sounds like she meets Alex's criteria to, or what he was looking for in terms of a gap on this list, and that Sue may not be available for technological reasons to be plugged into this process. So Annette, you're willing, right?
I'm willing, and I will be glad to run things by Sue. She also is in her 80s, and her capacity, I think, is somewhat limited now. But
Yeah.
she is such a gem, and you're right to want to have her input. So I will promise, if you want to include me on this, to seek her input.
Sure. Thanks. Kirsten, you have something to add?
I was just going to quickly say I would support trying to expand the representation from Southern Vermont. So maybe like the local planner contact could be someone from Southern Vermont, but.
Okay, well, thanks. We're over time. If I could just get a sense of the board as to whether the list that you've seen potentially, well, definitely with the addition of Annette and potentially just shaking out a couple of those other yellow highlighted names, that you're comfortable with that, then I will proceed and do so with Kirsten to get this put together. The schedule is to have this group convene at the end of September. So I just want to sort of formalize it now and then give them a heads up about the schedule.
Sounds good to me. Brooke's nodding, Sarah's nodding, Kirsten's nodding. You got
Great.
all nods.
Great, that's good enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're next on deck again, Alex.
Right.
And
So
we cut into your tier 3 rulemaking, but did you want today to have, it's just discussion, right? So
correct. There's
Okay.
no action to be taken. We're just continuing the discussion. So if I
Okay.
could just pick up where we left off.
Yeah.
For last meeting, I had sent you an email with items left to discuss or suggested items to discuss. And we had discussed subdivision review, but we hadn't gotten yet to the topic of site-specific resource delineation, and we haven't actually looked at the mapping at all yet together. So I was hoping we could just quickly go down that list. So site-specific resource delineation, there's a provision in this first draft that acknowledges that our mapping is not always 100% accurate and that ground level data is often better than the statewide mapping that we have. And so there's a provision that says that if someone requesting a JO would like to provide information that is created by a qualified professional to better refine a tier 3 area as shown on our maps, that they're welcome to do so. And so my question is, do you agree? Is this really necessary? And also, the sticky question of what happens when our district coordinator gets hit with an applicant set of data and then a interested neighbor set of data that conflict with each other, and how are they supposed to figure out which one is to be trusted? So those are my 2 questions.
And
Go.
I think I gave you some answers in an email, but do others on the board have answers to those 2 questions for Alex? Kirsten.
Yeah, so I think that people should be afforded the opportunity to ground truth, what's there or not there. I think, and I see Billy's with us. I don't want to put you on the spot, Billy, but to me, I think it would be very important to know what the Agency of Natural Resources might have to say about some collected information as part of that process of considering the validity of it as part of a JO. And I don't know if ANR has considered this conceptual feature yet or not, but those are my initial thoughts.
I'm happy to chime in whenever it's helpful.
Go ahead, Billy.
So thanks. We've thought about this a little bit, and I know we have an upcoming stakeholder meeting that this was something we were going to discuss. But I think where we currently stand on this is that this process will be completely unwieldy if there needs to be site-specific resource determinations made every time jurisdiction is exerted. There's not. And we're very concerned that we will be called in to have to make those determinations in support of district coordinators, which is not a role our agency has ever played. So, from the very inception of the tier 3 conversation, the focus has been on bright line jurisdictional maps that you know that you're in, you know that you're out. And we believe that is what is necessary here. If you want to have some sort of reopener in the rule that says every 5 years, the maps get trued up based on site specific analysis, that's one thing. But I don't see how this works well if every time jurisdiction is questioned, there's opportunities for dueling studies, and then someone has to make that substantive call. So I see the wisdom and why there's value to that. And generally speaking, you want to have the best information informing decisions. But for a jurisdictional trigger, I think it would be incredibly hard to implement. And it would really be making decisions around the margins that, I think in this instance, you just have to live with a line, and you're going to lose some and you're going to win some. And then you can always reconcile that on a prescribed rotation as necessary. So that's in the little conversation we've had internally on this with our representatives on the stakeholder group. That's our thinking.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
So thanks, Billy. I can certainly understand and appreciate that perspective. And so given that limitation and sort of workload issue, I think, as you said, it makes sense to just stick with the bright lines and review it on the mapping interval.
Other thoughts?
But what if a feature doesn't exist? Shouldn't we have some kind of safety valve to say, but there is no wetland? That may not be the best. Yeah, that may not be what we're defining as critical resource, but still.
Right, and the board, so it doesn't have to be DEC that can evaluate this. The board can hire somebody to do that.
It will depend on the resources we select, and we're still selecting them, but some of them, as I was indicating last time, are somewhat immutable. And others, especially the habitat connector layer that we're trying to work with now, it's really at its core a buffer off of a road. And I don't know how you argue with that, except to argue that, well, there aren't really wildlife traipsing around here, and so it shouldn't have been considered in the first place. But I totally agree that depending on the resources we include, if we select one that has some level of uncertainty about its location, you're right, Brooke. It seems like there needs to be a reasonable mechanism for someone to say, hey, there's reality that needs to be recognized, and I know it, and you guys just muffed it up.
Yeah. Sarah.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing. Sorry, I'm driving. I think if you want to have a provision that lets people say a resource is not present and avoid jurisdiction, that's one thing. but to have an opportunity for people to argue that jurisdiction should be asserted in areas that aren't mapped, that's what I think we found the most troubling, and that would be the most laborious to manage. So sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Billy. Sarah?
I think Billy just said a lot of what I was going to say perfectly. I was going to say, if you take a look at what we're looking at, I think it's the significant communities that are the most concerning in terms of that sort of less than clear, things can move around, what have you. And so I think that goes to what we're thinking of for a buffer area around that too. So just I like what Billy just had to say, but maybe another way of coming at that is identifying a larger buffer area, or making sure that the buffer area would be enough to be inclusive of any sort of moving around of that resource within that general vicinity, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Kirsten?
So, Billy, I don't know if you've gotten this far in your thinking, but, or any of the board members, in my mind, maybe, yeah, so it could be resource specific, like some of them would be more fixed and not as open to challenge, but the ones like Sarah just mentioned, significant communities, maybe there is a pathway for evaluation, and maybe, if it's our consultant or ANR, if ANR, it sounds like they would have some availability for the ones that are already mapped to assess information from a qualified consultant, to determine if it was erroneously mapped, that they could let us know, what, we would have to have a description of what kind of information would be needed to support that kind of a petition, to be removed from the map, basically. And like what would be some qualifications of who would prepare the information? What's the scope of information that's needed, and just kind of have a process for that. Once you're on the map, you're on the map. And what's the process and we've talked about, for the resources for which ANR had made, a commitment to private landowners when they were inventoried, that would be used for regulatory purposes, that we would have an off-ramp conceptually. Like we've had some preliminary discussion around that. So it's kind of, it's similar but different, right? Like in the one instance, it's saying the resource doesn't physically exist. And the other instance is the possibility of the landowner saying, yes, we acknowledge it's there, but due to these special circumstances, we're going to commit to protecting them, whereby maybe then Tier 3 Act 250 jurisdiction might not apply. So I think we kind of have to figure out our system if we go in these directions.
Okay, I think I have enough to work with on this. If you're amenable to continuing the conversation on a different topic.
Yes.
Okay, so mapping. And I wish I already had the site up. But I think it's valuable. I think you've all looked at it already. If you haven't, you should have. But I think it would be good for me to bring up our map viewer and just go to a couple of examples, maybe in areas in your backyard, so that you can see some of the way that the mapping turned out, and that helps identify some of the issues with it, or some of the ways that it actually does a good job identifying the resources we're most interested in. So that was all just obfuscating so I could get the map up, and now I'm going to try to share my screen and hope that this works live, which is sometimes difficult in the GIS world. Hold on. Okay, so hopefully you are seeing our map viewer. This is on the Tier 3 webpage, and the way it works, just very quickly, is that at the you have to click on this this icon here that says map layers. Once you click on it, it will tell you what map layers you can view, and you can turn some of them on and off. I will do that just to make it a little bit more, a little easier to see when we turn it on. And then below the tier 3 areas, there's a group called reference areas. And again, these are not what's proposed for tier 3. These are areas that you can show on the map just to provide you some context, whether that context is about the road rule, or Class A waters, or river corridors, conserved land, etc. So with that, I've got it set up, and I'm going to zoom into, well, I'll zoom into any area if someone's interested in. If nobody's quite ready with their backyard, I can go to a specific spot that Janet alerted me to when she started giving me feedback.
That was my backyard.
That was your
Oh, no,
backyard,
or
right?
I gave you some other areas too. So go ahead, Alex.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't want to give Janet deference here. But nobody else is suggesting any. So we'll zoom into Manchester area. So as we zoom in, you see that the tier 3 areas start to become more easier to see. And yeah, now I'm going to have to try to find your area that you called out.
That right yeah, just
Right in
before
here.
you get to Sunderland, right in there.
So I'll zoom in one more. Yeah. So
Yeah.
here you can see on the map, some of the tier 3 areas that are showing are this sort of stippled green area, which is the headwater stream area that made it into the tier 3 draft. And again, as I think I explained a couple meetings ago, this is not just a headwater streams watershed. As you can tell, it looks kind of awkward. This is an intersection of 4 different data layers, including first and second order stream catchment areas, which is generally thought to be headwater stream areas, but then further refined to include only the subset of those that have low infiltration of soils. So soil infiltration class D, for those of you familiar with that soils data, but not just that, also intersected with areas that are 35% or greater slopes. So pretty steep slopes. And finally, intersected with areas that are between 1,200 feet in elevation and 2,500 feet in elevation. So it was a way to narrow down what is a very expansive headwaters watershed sort of delineation across the state to try to pinpoint the most sensitive portions of it. And because it flows from the steep slope areas, you see this stippling. That's pixelation really in the very granular high resolution elevation data that we have across Vermont. And so this was one, obvious flaw that Janet pointed out and said, you're going to draw a line around that and just make it a coherent polygon for a tier 3 designation? Because that's going to be hard to know whether you're in or out with all these little, areas and pixelation. So that's one sort of mapping issue. The other one that Janet pointed out was these habitat connectors. So in yellow and sort of dull brown green around the roads, we've got these habitat connector areas that I explained a couple meetings ago are areas that overlap with our highest priority habitat connecting blocks identified in the Vermont Conservation Design Dataset. And tailored to just those road segments that Vermont Fish and Wildlife have identified as having substantial intact vegetation on either side, making them sort of high priority potential road crossings for wildlife. And so we've taken those road segments that have that characteristic, and we've where they overlap with the forest or habitat connectivity blocks, and we've buffered them out. So this in yellow here, I'll make a little change here. What you're seeing now is the 800-foot buffer of those road segment areas. And then we also created a 2,000-foot buffer because how large this road based way of mapping habitat connectors should be is we thought could potentially be tied to the road rule itself. And as you remember from the road rule, jurisdiction triggers if more than 800 feet of new road is built, but it also triggers if more than 2,000 feet of combined road and driveway is built. And so technically there's a way for a project to not trigger jurisdiction by building, a 700-foot road and 1,200-foot driveway off of that road, getting us, much further back into the woods. So these two habitat connector options of 800 feet and 2,000 feet are just meant to give you a sense of what it could look like in relation to that 800 feet and 2,000-foot road rule. In any case, what Janet pointed out was a couple of things. One being that, you see these little carve outs in the connector area. And some of them make some sense because they are around existing structures. And we talked at the last meeting about perhaps using that is a better way to achieving a jurisdictional trigger, or sorry, I should say an exempt area from the jurisdiction than this 15,000 square feet of impact that the first draft proposes. But there are some other areas, and you'll see them right here where my cursor is, that there is no existing development there, but they're not included in the habitat connector area because they're not included in the highest priority connectivity blocks from the Vermont Conservation Design data set. And the reason is that there's been an update to the data just a couple of years ago. So the data is much better, and it sees timber harvests as developed areas and not as habitat blocks. And so some of these areas are timber harvests that kind of fall out of the data set, which is a problem because, as Forest Parks has explained to us many times, silvicultural operations are not development, right? Those forests may be in a different state of succession, but they're coming back and they will continue to serve in terms of a habitat connector in the future as they regrow. And so this is another sort of flaw in the current protocol, the way we've put it together. The other one that Janet pointed out that I thought was interesting is the gap that you see here from the Richville Road to this area of 2,000-foot habitat connector. I'll turn the 800-foot connector off. So when we buffer out these important road segments by 2,000 feet, again, the way we captured what areas to include in the habitat connector was to tie it back to the highest priority blocks in the Vermont Conservation Design connectivity database. And that database, which I'll put on right now for reference, that's what's in orange and yellow. That database excludes, these large agricultural river bottoms. And so when we buffer out road segments by 2,000 feet, it actually, captures some forested area on the other side. But because the VCD database doesn't include these river bottom agricultural areas, you get a gap in there, which of course doesn't make a lot of sense from a wildlife connectivity standpoint. So that's another sort of flaw in the algorithm that we're using to try to identify these potential habitat connectors. I've talked to Bob Zano about this specifically, and I think we both agree that the way to solve some of these issues that I've just highlighted is to use the full buffer from the road without these carve-outs from the VCD database, and instead provide the sort of non-jurisdictional areas the way that we talked about the other day, by looking at the existing existing structures, putting a logical buffer around them, and having that serve as the areas that would not be included in these connectors, rather than the VCD database itself that has some of these oddities to it. So that's just one area that we looked at.
Alex?
Yes, go ahead.
So what you would do then is you would go with the 2,000-foot buffer on that road segment. And
Correct.
then you would put a buffer around existing development instead of
Correct.
using that data that's so good that you even pick up forest harvests and delete them.
Yes, you understand.
Okay.
That's the potential solution here. It's easy with regard to homes, right? So if I zoom in again, if we take this full 2,000-foot buffer all the way out to here and include this whole area, it's easy to carve out these home sites. It's harder to determine what to carve out within agricultural areas. Do we extract ag fields the same way we extract areas around homes, since they don't typically serve for wildlife transit, so to speak, or do we leave them in? So those are questions that I think we'll have to take up at draft 2 of this.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brooke.
Brooke?
I'm not sure that I'm grasping it 100%. So you are purposely carving out existing homes and exempting them or removing them from the tier 3 designation.
Correct.
But I'm not understanding the slice thing. It's because it's not forested, so it's not identified as a migration area.
Yes, let me show you a little better. So I'm going to turn off the tier 3 areas, watch them disappear. And now I'm going to turn on the VCD connectivity blocks that form the basis for a lot of this. Hold on. This is a reference data layer, not a tier 3 layer. So, and let me zoom out for just a moment. Don't get seasick. So there's Manchester and this slice of Vermont, and everything you see in dark gold are highest priority connectivity blocks identified by the Vermont Conservation Design Protocol. So these are the most important areas across the state for wildlife to be able to move. And when we looked at this early on, we said, this is a great data set. It's the best science we have. But holy cow, it identifies like 65% of the state. And there's no way that we're going to map that as tier 3. So we have to be more specific about what areas constitute, truly important habitat connectors. So if I zoom back in, our idea was that we would focus on the areas closer to roads, because the road rule itself is going to pick up jurisdiction within the interior forest areas. But to your question, Brooke, right in here, this data set, the VCD data set, it says this forested area is highest priority connectivity area. But this sort of river bottom agricultural area is not. And so when we use the road buffer to identify tier 3 areas in the protocol that I had described, because we're still basing it on the connectivity data set that excludes the river bottom, that river bottom falls out of the habitat connector that we use for tier 3. And that's why. And we could potentially solve that issue by including it. And being more specific about how we carve things out and not defaulting to the VCD database in that regard.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me if there's connectivity identified on either side of this strip. They don't jump from one connectivity section to the other without crossing over that land, do they?
Right. So identifying where wildlife is actually making it across this gap is what might be part of the second draft of this, getting more specific. But I think what's important to understand conceptually, and I'm going to zoom out again, is that when Vermont Fish and Wildlife and other partners created this map of the highest priority connectivity blocks of habitat across the state, they were focused on a landscape level approach. It wasn't about how the critters make it across that agricultural field gap in Manchester. Their mapping was based on how do critters make their way from the Adirondacks to the Green Mountains into the Taconics and across to the White Mountains. So these are much broader scale mapping efforts. But the data set that they're using is granular. And so we can harvest it down to the scale that we were just looking at around Manchester. But it's just important to keep in mind how it was developed and what the context was. Still the best information we have, but we may need to go a little beyond it to address what you just mentioned, Brooke, these sort of nonsensical gaps in habitat mapping.
Right, that's really helpful. Thank you.
And honestly, I think riparian areas are the way to bridge those gaps. And even if we don't include them as a tier 3 resource in and of themselves, I'm hopeful that maybe I can work with Fish and Wildlife to identify subsets that we might be able to use to address the issue that you were just pointing out in these sort of zoomed in areas. Can't make promises, but that's my thinking. Does anybody else have an area they want to zoom into in their backyard just to sort of understand how the current tier 3 areas, as flawed as they are, how they look?
Go to Randolph.
Okay.
I didn't see a whole lot when I looked at the map.
Yeah, actually, Randolph is a good example because of that. So there, I've just had to find it. Josh Hanford, I think I mentioned this at one of our meetings, had the same observation at our stakeholder meeting. He said, hey, I looked at Randolph and it doesn't look like there's much tier 3 there. So let me turn off the reference layer and turn on tier 3. Pete, did you have a question about being able to see this or something related?
Nope, it looks good from here. There was just a comment from the public here that they'd love to see, what is that, Montpelier Country Club Road area?
Awesome, we can go there next. So here's Randolph, and the tier 3 areas are showing, but wow, hard to find them, right? So if we zoom in right here, you can see a little bit of headwater area because of steep slopes, but not much. If I zoom back out, scrolling across Randolph, there's a little bit more of that up here, but not much. And so the reason is because the tier 3 areas that are in this first draft, again, are focused on significant natural communities of rare types, of which apparently, unless they're very small and I'm just not seeing them, there aren't any in Randolph, none mapped anyways. It's based on a headwaters intersection data set that requires there to be high elevation, steep slopes, low infiltrating soils, and headwater streams. And when you combine all those data layers, there's very little of that in Randolph. I think largely because there aren't a lot of steep slopes that match up with elevations above 1,200 feet. And then finally, it's the habitat connectors. And that's the one I think, Brooke, you pointed out at another meeting, or maybe it was Josh, I forget now. You're like, do wildlife not pass through Randolph? Is that not part of the, what's important? And so to some extent, the answer is yes. And so when I put on the reference areas and we see the Vermont Conservation Design connectivity blocks, again, the dark gold are the highest priority blocks. The lighter yellow are priority, but not highest priority. And you can see for Randolph, most of the town doesn't have connectivity blocks in it. It's this area just on this corner, and then this northeastern forested area that have them. And because the habitat connectivity block algorithm that we developed tries to link the dark gold area blocks together, not the yellow ones, Randolph essentially falls off the map, and there just aren't any identified. You can see that there are plenty of them in the surrounding area, but if you look at this from a landscape level, Randolph is kind of a hole, a habitat hole in the middle of, areas where wildlife moves either to the east or along the Green Mountains to the west. That's why.
this is very curious because, for example, where Route 66 crosses 89, that's exit 4. So from about a mile south of that exit for 5 miles north up through the Brookfield area, we got moose crossing signs, and we have a lot of moose. In fact, my neighbor hit a moose and was killed a few years ago. So I find this I mean, we have tons of wildlife through here, so I find this remarkable. But what you're saying is like, it's not close enough for the pieces of the puzzle to be connected, so we're not considering it?
That's part of it. I think it's also that from a larger landscape level approach, that area of Randolph is not critical for wildlife to be able to migrate across the larger landscape. Like, it's not to say that there aren't wildlife there, but it's to say that these areas in Berkshire and Corinth, or these areas to the west in Rochester and Braintree, are actually more significant from a statewide perspective in ensuring that ability for wildlife to move across the larger landscape. So you're right. It's not like there isn't wildlife in Randolph. It's just that from Vermont Fish and Wildlife's perspective, the more important habitat for connectivity across the state is actually not there. It's to the east and west.
Gotcha, thanks.
So I think it must be Steve who wanted us to go to Montpelier. So let me go there.
Right, one of those two red roads like Bob.
Yeah, that's correct, Alex. Do you want to direct it all, Steve?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
guys,
know.
once I zoom in, tell me where the country club area is. Is it over here?
No,
That's
go
Yeah.
over to the east.
this one.
Yeah, one or two parcels over from where your cursor was, large parcel. Yeah, right about there, I think is where he was pointing.
Right
Okay.
in there.
All right, so before I zoom in too far, let me make sure the tier 3 areas are turned on, which they are. So there are none mapped in this area. And I'll turn on the reference areas so we can see at least the connectivity blocks, which again, there are none in that area. So yeah, to put a finer point on it, Steve, this current draft of tier 3 does not show any tier 3 areas in that part of Montpelier.
Hey, Alex, do you have the ability to put Primag soil layer on? I'm just
And
curious.
while you're
Stace.
doing that, Alex, can I ask Sarah to say her piece?
I want to be cognizant of time, but if you have a quick minute to swing by Colchester.
Okay. I cannot put up the Primag soils. They're not part of this map viewer at the moment. So sorry. I can do that in another GIS program, but I don't want to. I don't want to try
Yeah.
right now because. But I can
And
do it offline.
Kirsten,
Yeah, I'd be happy to show Brook Primag layers too, but I was just wondering, and forgive me if you've provided this information, I'm just not remembering. Do you know the percent of Vermont sort of land cover that the current tier 3 concept encompasses?
That's a great question. No, it was a level of analysis that the GIS folks were working with at ADS needed some more time with, and I think I have the data layer from them, but I haven't done the area calculations. My hope was to do it both for the state and by town, because at some point we need to assess what measures
Yeah.
we're taking to make sure there isn't a disproportionate impact on a town's ability to have tier 1 and 2 areas because of tier 3. But because of the issues with the first draft and some of the flaws in the mapping, part of me is thinking like maybe we do that at version 2. But I don't think it would be too tough for me to summarize it statewide, Kirsten. So let me do that, and I can fling that out to you at a later date, or to the rest of the board as well. So Colchester. And just Steve, for your benefit, again, tier 3, not very much happening in the Montpelier area. Here's where that Vermont Conservation Design connectivity block data set sort of runs, and it's to the west of Montpelier. But Colchester was where Sarah asked to go take a look, her old stomping grounds. any particular part of Colchester? Or is this about right?
I think that's about right. I think it was just, it's interesting because this is where, really some of the more urbanized area of Vermont meets some of the natural resources.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on the map in purple for the first time, because we haven't zoomed into an area with as many significant natural communities as Colchester, but what you're seeing in purple here and along the lake here are all significant natural communities that have been mapped by Vermont Fish and Wildlife that are in that rare or very rare category, S1 or S2 from the state rankings. And you're
But
also
some of them
seeing
are
some
sand
habitat.
plains. Right?
Yes,
And there's a bog over there near the bay that I think is one of them.
Janet,
But
what was,
isn't-
Janet, what was the first thing that you said? I couldn't understand.
Sand plain,
Oh, okay.
the ones sort of around Route 7 where you see some of the green.
Mhm.
Isn't that right?
One clarification, which I hope the data set reflects, but I'd have to zoom in and check on it a little bit more. And our suggestion is that we exclude significant natural communities of in the rare categories that are of a wetland type because they're already covered under the wetland rules. And so
Oh,
what
okay.
what this map should be showing are just the upland significant natural communities that are rare in purple, not the wetlands.
Okay, so not the
Yeah,
bog.
no, it's rare, threatened, endangered, plants, significant natural communities. And I think if you would just move a little bit more to the east too, as you get over by Route 15, you can see, particularly in the middle of some of these future land use areas, some of these tier 3 areas. And so you might I just think that this points out to particularly some intersections between some of the possible tier 1 areas and tier 3 areas. Just if you want some sort of, I think what we've been seeing so far has been more of sort of the classic, more rural examples. And this is one of the more, for Vermont at least, one of the more urban areas that might offer some points of conflict.
Yeah, and the draft doesn't include this yet, but it's my intention to, in the second go at this, to refine this in the areas that would likely be eligible for tier 1 status, so that we can true up the boundary lines. I mean, this is a policy decision, so we should talk about this at a later time, but I would like to present you an option where we don't have conflicts between those two tiers, where they have their own space to work, and where they bump up against each other. We make sure we understand where the line needs to be.
Alex?
Yep.
You see the pink that it looks like the polygon sort of mirrors the municipal boundary, or I can't tell what that boundary is, but it's not a natural boundary.
Down here?
Right above
It's-
Winooski, or maybe it's
it's a
part of
park.
Winooski.
It is.
It's a park?
in Winooski. Yep.
So why is a park
So this is.
it just so happens that it's what's left of a significant natural area after everything around it was developed?
Yes, the
Okay.
significant natural communities are mapped by Fish and Wildlife based on aerial photography and on the ground, investigation. And in this case, that remaining undeveloped area is mapped, and there's overlap because we've added a 100-foot buffer. So that's another thing to be aware of here, is that the boundary extends beyond the edge of the community into this neighborhood, for example, and into this industrial area, for example. So at some point, we have to figure out whether that's the right call
Right.
to have that buffer in these kinds of areas.
Probably not.
Probably not, is my thought as well. I think in areas where it's less developed, it might. But Fish and Wildlife
Right.
initially thought a buffer made sense. Just so that there was an opportunity to make sure that surrounding development didn't impact the
Right.
natural community.
Right. Okay. So do you want to stop here and take it up at the next time we talk with you about this? Or do you want to reclaim some of the time that we stole from you from other items on the agenda?
Yeah, I think if I'm reading the room right, that everybody probably needs to cogitate on this a little more. And you know, I don't see hands going up with like, okay, we definitely need to do this or we need to fix that. So I'm happy to you know, call it here. And again, as Billy indicated, we have a tier 3 working group meeting next Friday, the August 8th, and we have a all staff meeting 2 days prior to that on August 6th to get input from our staff on this first draft. And my plan with the help of Rebecca, who was the one who sort of counseled me on the right way to move forward, is to take all the input from you over the last 4 meetings, from staff and from the working group, and put it into a memo that I can bring back to you towards the end of August or the beginning of September to say, this is where I want the next draft to go. And we can have more conversation at that point before that next draft gets written.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. Any last thoughts from anyone else in the virtual room here? Okay, thank you. So our next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action on appeals, enforcement, and personnel matters.
I'll move
Do
that.
I?
Oh,
Go ahead, Sarah.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut off Brooke.
Oh,
Brooke, do
and
you wanna go?
Actually, before you move on this,
Yeah.
what I was gonna say is, since Kirsten and I are recused from part of the executive session, did you want to discuss whether to do that? You know, what order to do it in, maybe?
Right, and also I'd like to take a break first before we go into executive session. So I don't know if we need to do that before we make the motion, but we've been going for 2.5 hours nearly, so I think it makes sense to have a break. Sarah?
I'm not sure how much of that needs to be in the motion. But what I would say is I think maybe we should tackle the part that Kirsten and Brooke need to recuse themselves first, and we can ping them to bring them back in. Are you thinking a 5 or 10-minute break, Janet? 5? How many?
How about 8?
All right, so I'll make a motion with the understanding that we'll convene an executive session at 3:35.
Yes.
That's okay. So I move the board needs to discuss pending and probable Act 250 appeals and enforcement actions, personnel, staffing matters, and to have confidential attorney-client communications on these matters. I move we find that premature public knowledge of these matters would place the board at a substantial disadvantage, and the board enter executive session.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
That was 5 of us, so we will convene the executive session at 3:35. And as soon as we're done with that first item, we will ping Brooke and Kirsten to join us. Okay? Okay,
Hey, can you
thanks.
do that through Teams, like call us into the meeting? That would be I'll be on the lookout for that, for someone to just call me into the meeting.
Okay.
If you can do that on Teams, I think Jenny and others know how.
And find my,
I can do
Or
that.
send me a text. I've got my phone.
Sounds good.
lost my cursor.